here. Ah! Panic, everything's not set up. Go. Good. Panic is over. Ooh, I am dominating featured content. Featured content is Go7 content. Hey. So fast indeed. I don't know how many people watched the game station, which then eventually turned into Polaris on YouTube back in the day. But there was a time when all of the content was just Dodger, who was a YouTuber, just doing different like YouTube shows, and that's what I'm feeling like for the featured content on the Advanced Wars Discord. It's just Go7. Okay. Oh, I need to change this to live chat. We're good to go. Now, this is a game that isn't looking great. It's one where I'm playing Grit, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Okay. I mean, that looks very painful. Let's see. The Battleship does, yeah. Battleship dies, now I can't protect that. The stealth is standing right there, which is good to know. The copter living at 1 health cost me. Now the ABC doesn't have to reveal that. Stealth there too. Oh. Oh. Okay. It's looking quite grim indeed. Both of my black boats, Himida has no respect. You're gonna lose both of these cities too. Those black boats literally did nothing to Himida. They're just black boats. Can at least do this. Now I can use a power if I want. G3. Hello. Yeah, I will use the power. Just try and keep the fighter alive. You guys can try and kill this. Kill the APC? No. Stay away from my fighter. Wait, I can shoot it. Ha! I should have healed myself first. Of course, I'm already giving Himida another another Winter Fury. Because I'm just such a nice guy. We'll do this. Finish it off! Interrupt that. I think we have to just work on taking out these tanks. The interruptions. I can no longer sustain them. Have to live with that. Battleship go poof. And we're gonna get hit by another Winter Fury. Oh, you guys can't quite see it. There we go. We in trouble. We in trouble. And that's right. It's we're in trouble. It's not. I'm not in trouble. Collectively, we're in trouble. That's definitely how this works. You may have even killed the black boats. Absolutely cruel. No respect. Yeah. I need to be in range of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll run back here. I've hit both stealths now. Sadly, the other fighter died. His Winter Fury, and then AA killed it. But luckily this time I managed to hit this AA. So maybe second stealth is the charm. Still, it just kind of sets it up for another Winter Fury to blow me out. No repair with B-boat? I could have. Probably should have. I was hoping to save enough money for another fighter next turn. I think we're slowly starting to turn this one around. So that's a lot of pressure being put on this poor anti-air. one could say. But that's okay. I can't do that block. I can still go there. Main problem then is 5, 6, 7. But I can do that as long as I bring everything over here. Might have gotten too cheeky with the AA. For some reason I thought I could block with this infantry. I almost can. This is kind of turning into an HQ race, which I don't want to do. I think we just won't do that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Copter has to strike from here to here. I would just need enough stuff available to clear out all of the riffraff infantry. And I can also run here. Just don't block with the infantry and just suck up this tank shot. It's gonna hurt a lot. Because if I'm on a city, this kills me. Down to 4. And you can finish me off. Maybe. Actually, not guaranteed, huh? Alright. Just bring in some copter pals. And over here, we just need to actually. My opponent's in a huge problem. Over here, only one infantry that can interrupt this capture. So as long as I put my tanks in a place where they can kind of be on their way down here, but also threatening to beat up the tanks that go for this, I'm good. So we'll place you here. go for that. These are so far away. You can put you here so you get to heal up. And as long as you aren't in range of being beat up by infantry. Because we can put you here. I want you here. So you can hit this tile. Because I imagine at least one of these guys is going to go on the city. Don't go. This. Then do I get an anti-air here? Tank. Three tanks, my 2 tanks. I get to bring this tank over. Lots of infantry to fight, more anti-airish. We have 2 copters for these 2 copters, but the airport's right there. I think we are going to go tank. I want the unit count. Go anti-air next turn, probably. It could be pretty. Can't really go here. A little too much staring at it. Just a tiny bit too much. Luckily, there's no infantry currently threatening to take this city. So I can move these guys around. 7. Go like here. That'll be covered by this tank power. Probably here. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only one infantry threat. This protect against potential copter slams. That much chatting in chat. It's true. People were stunned at the loss of my battleship in the previous game. Was the T? Battleship was lost, I know. Base light ZZZ. Oh no. Base light isn't that bad. Grit is supposed to be sad. Grit gets the Grit is basically only allowed when he can't dominate. Because when Grit dominates, it's just a miserable experience. Max Mirror ZZZ. I want to block this off. I guess it's fine to just only use one, as long as it can't be one shot. Then there has to be 2 units that are putting themselves forward. I was debating if I want to like go here and here and make it a stronger wall. You know what? Sure. These guys don't immediately get involved. Make it a slightly stronger wall. Otherwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It's a slightly stronger wall. It's not that much stronger. This can still wrap around to here. I sadly can't have this guy here, because then this just breaks it. Over here. Question is, do we want to try and protect the AA? I could put my tank here and infantry here, and then there can only be a single shot on the AA, but it opens up a hit on my tank. I think it's okay. I think having the AA only take 1 hit is kind of huge. Because then it repairs up to 6. And if it's at 6, with power, it can take out a copter. So we'll see if the opposing max decides to do a sacrificial play to get the power. think it still works out well for me. These copters get to bust on in. These tanks get to bust on in. I think it's fine. But without move planning it out, you can't be sure, so we're living on the edge. Ah. Thought that infantry might try and... Nothing. Lord Frogneros working in the shadows. Yo. Here. No way I'm getting that. Gonna be a huge wave. You're officially giving up attacking your opponent's undefended airport in the early game. We're back home. That's great. We're having a very peaceful game here. Lord Frogneros is so far back. Which is good, because otherwise I would have chewed up a bunch of infantry. That would be very cool, Reginald. Ah, mine. Eat up my poor tank. All it did was stop your capture. Didn't have to do that. This capture, I can either try and do a bit of a tank. we go for this capture. How much damage did I do here? 14 to 17. So then I hit this down. Probably to 3. It's not going to be enough, is it? If you're at 3, instead, we probably try and heal. Just retreat to the artillery. Just take this makes me inclined to go for this city. Finish this off. This gets knocked down to 3. Just a little too weak there, tank. I guess I have the choice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My choice is to go for this city or to go for this city. This city does seem a lot easier for me to go for. And I can still set up going for the city at the same time. Capture. If I do that, I can. Seems pretty good. Covering that, we will be covering that. Just only have infantry covering this one, which is a little iffy. Fall back over here, which is nice. That guy doesn't really matter, so we'll probably retreat. Be a trade of an infantry for an infantry. I think that's fine. only be chased down by this guy. I better just hit this guy. I think I have anyone that can cover it. Can make a nice little line of infantry. This guy. Only kinda though. I don't think having this infantry move forward helps me. There's no one that can take it out. So yeah. Little early vacation for this guy. Ooh, we actually lived. Oh my gosh. That penguin did not want to go on vacation. Workaholic. They can also strike there. Probably not. To be very much aware of artillery overload that can happen on me. This one? Never underestimate the penguins. No city is safe. No, the penguins are fine. They're fine. Okay, we will go here. Really want to get beat up too much. Go from here. The tank. It is a recon. It's pretty decent, but it's more decent down here than it is up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 6 doesn't make it to these ones. Go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kind of wrap its way down here pretty easily, actually. Say that or I float 3k, which gives me enough for triple tank next turn. No Man's Land. Lots of penguins did not go to the couch for that city. We have no penguins have gone on vacation yet. This one was supposed to, but didn't want to be the first. Just back up. I could just go in the forest. Really can't make this attack. Nine health tank is going to be able to get a shot. Aim you. What happened? Oh, I see. Rhizomatic did not go for the Grim Copter Chain. So, yeah. GG at that point. Something to keep in mind for Grim Mirrors is the air game is almost everything. So we won on Scavenger! Whoa! That never happens. Let's see if my prediction of how Rhizomatic is playing was right. Was it lots of recons early on? 1 recon, 2 recons, 3 recons, 5 recons. Helicopter, yep. Was right on the money there. So the thing about spamming those early game recons is they're really strong against the infantry, but you're also damaging your own economy because those aren't infantry that you're building. So you have to do damage. But that and Rhizomatic did do some decent damage. Like this property was delayed for me for a really long time. Oh, Chad's covering one of the columns. Is it? Oh, it is. You guys couldn't see all the... Let's go back. You can see all the recons you built. First recon. Then there's the second recon. And the third recon. And then the fourth and fifth. Hey, Humida. Humida, how could you? Those black boats did nothing to you. They were just floating in the water, and you attacked them. Actual monster. So you can see even though like these recons are hitting and doing some decent damage, because they're taking the place of early game infantry, the capture phase for Rhizomatic is behind mine. They were looking at you funny. They were not. They were on they weren't even on your side of the map. And while the recons, of course, do really good damage against opposing infantry, they also get absolutely demolished by tanks. And then the first person that exposes their copter like this is going to be down in the copter chain fights. It's almost like FTA kind of thing, where it's right now I'm up an entire copter, and then if Rhizomatic has another copter, it just evens out the count. So the first person to strike in the copter chain wars is vastly superior. But in this case, Rhizomatic did not have a copter chain. That was just a lone copter against a copter chain, which is like the worst case. They were doing funny gestures with their B-boat hands. They were not. Making up nonsense about my black boats. Ooh, we're on our way to 1500, although there are some losses on the way here. The black boats flipped you off. Oh, Leary charging on in here. Did get that first power. So let's see how much damage I took. Oh, my penguin's hiding in the woods. Okay, that goes down. Beats up my poor anti. I probably should have waited on that power, but that's okay. Takes that out. It's like, oh no, there's an artillery here, but then there's another artillery. Copter finishes off my low health tank. How rude. Okay. There's nothing in these woods, which is good. Step one, we get to take you out. We're definitely firing on this guy, and we're definitely firing this guy, but I would really like to get power. This guy blocking me off is such a meanie. I don't think I'm going to be able to get, because there's a full health copter here. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it. To 15. This is a no ammo copter. Right, I think we just have to take these shots for now. Oh, I can get to it this way. Do they have anything on the other side of this tank? Not that I know of. Six. Probably just finish you off with this then. Also, just not hit the full health copter. After like this guy instead. My anti-recover. Oh, you. Oh, I forgot about this guy. We'll shoot here. 23 to 27. To 55. Okay, or we can do first right here. These two combined could probably do this. It doesn't have a target. Well, it's okay if it doesn't have a target. Oh, it's just here. Full health tank here. Either go for this or we sit on our nice juicy city. Seems likely. Hardy enjoyers rise up. $49 to $57. It's down to 3. This isn't going to do. If it's brown, if it's down to 2, there's no chance. Other thing we can do is, of course, just get over here, have a nice solid smack from my city, which is probably better than overextending over here. Might be an artillery here, I guess. You go for this. 3. We'll just also keep it. Yeah, I'm just not gonna make it to my. I should have gone for a different attack path. Try to go for these tanks, maybe. On over. What's here? Perfect. Unload up here. Tank line could have went boom. Yeah. Made some mistakes, but it's okay. Let's go here to try and fill the very vulnerable tile. Opens up this 9 health tank to hit my AA. That's not so bad though. Tanks. Copter. Tank. A little bit better. Was it that? Was it a recon that saw that? Aha! Get away! We'll just have to hope that Leary forgets about that penguin. What do we do on the stats? Ooh, not great. Could be a lot better, but this fight is kind of moving towards my bases, so it's okay. It is kind of annoying that the damage calculator puts the question mark on the towers when they're in vision. Okay. Here's a little greedy. Might be the play though. Ah! We're under attack! God. Go away. Alright. You've been saved. I do believe I was told to do a bunch of mech stuff. We won't do that quite yet. Dude, the bots will come at me even if there's no viewers. Wait, did I just take this? No, this is a different game. Same map against another max. Finally get our comm tower. For all the doubters out there that thought I'd never get it. Okay. This is looking very tempting to go for. In fact, I'm gonna take it. This mech, 1 HP, 1 ammo. What a champ. Gets to run away and retire. Well, not really retire, just kinda eventually gets thrown back into the mix, but that's okay. That's what that mech signed up for. You get to run away, which is nice. Either that or we can interrupt this cap, which is probably nicer. Hey, if I get to Victory March, this mech might take a whole property. I kind of like this. The chase down is a little scary on it, and this way it takes 3 turns to take this, no matter what. Down here. Very happy this mech lived. We can actually see what did my opponent do last turn. Okay. There's definitely a threat on this. I mean, I'm technically already defending against that threat with this game. This finishes this guy off. We start just rotating these mechs down. here. I'll also just leave this guy. This tank can hit me if it wants, but then it gets beat up by a mech. I can just go here. Only place an infantry can hit me is right here. Bring out the mech. Stream died. And Penguin had the eyes closed. Oh, so it looks like the stream died 18 minutes ago. But then it came back. It didn't even let me know. The map is very cramped. Yeah. One could say that. I'm so happy this T-copter lived. A 1 health T-copter transports just like a 10. That's not great. Go here. And there we go over here. We go over here with our Jillian B copters. We go here. Be ready to defend our fallen. The max B copter's one shot, just the normal power. Doesn't take the super chance to do it with just the normal power. Although it's kind of hard for Max to get those sacrificial hits in on me because my vehicles don't hit back very hard. Here. This copter can hit here, but covered by triple copter, which is hopefully enough. You went to SeaWorld with a friend yesterday? You think the penguins are plotting something? No. There's nothing suspicious going on. I don't know anything about any plot. All SeaWorld representatives are just living their best lives. I like the spot this copter's in. I might just leave it there. Yeah, we'll scoot one forward. Why me? Just chilling out. Ah, okay. Well, in about 45 minutes, I'll probably be doing that tourney game. Slicer taking my stuff. The copter over here. Okay. That probably happens. Really, I also get this. Doesn't look like it. Let's see what Slicer did here. Another copter comes in to beat up this guy. Okay, vision gone. Starts attacking my poor lander. Takes out that big. Attacks. Attacks. Sure. So probably happens. 3 to 62. Doesn't look like I could use sacrifice. How much did you do? 29 to 31. So I mineraled this. Okay. You know what? Let's bust out the handy dandy calculator. All right, so we know we've done 29. If we strike here, oh, let's hope we do 11 more damage. That would be ideal. See if this is a a possibility here. Going down to needing to do exactly 60. Oh, that's not looking great. Calculator of Truth says do not go for that sacrificial play. Okay. Oh, the bow tie! There we go. Or no, the bow tie's not yet. The bow tie's for reviews. Not really, not too. Can't get a strike from these woods no matter how much I want to. We'll just take this strike for now. Just go back and heal. We're gonna get hit hard by this rain. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You want some rock music on the playlist? Prime Tech's HQ cap incoming? I mean, that is a possibility in the future, but I wouldn't... I wouldn't count on it any time super soon here. Looks like Slicer is keeping up the pressure there. Does look like I need to get some Slicer seems to be really feeling it. The air game. kind of okay. We lost a copter over here, but overall fine. Lander's probably gonna end up sinking. Nightmare's being really fancy. See, I knew it. I should have just kept running upwards. I think I lost an inventory. Yeah, that's a very silly mistake. That's okay. We go. The first anti-air strike. The first of many. Block man on spot. Look at all of those copters. This tank is a problem. I'm gonna have to hit it. Go here. And finish off the copter. Tank. This. Here with this anti-air. It's a lot of grid tanks. Yep. Can't even one-shot copters, I know. You're forcefully stopping ELO inflation by making Go7 pick grit over and over. It's true. You guys are obsessed. I think we do force this. I like this little force. Very rude. Yeah, the Eagle conquers defense. The minus 20% attack. This account is still 200 points behind my main. I doubt it's gonna surpass my main. Although if if somehow it doesn't get dropped too many losses, then the 25 games will make it surpass. Not very likely though. There's a Eurobeat group called Go7. You know, if I get big enough, I'm gonna get sponsorships from all of the different Go7s. Because there's also like a gaming peripheral company that makes like card holders for Gloomhaven and stuff. Go7 gamer glasses. Can't do that. I can't do that. But it's not worth it. Is it worth? Probably not. I'd much rather go back. Get out of here. Your reconness is not welcome. Move into vision. Okay. Still have 30 minutes. my stuff. It's fine. It's also fine. Can. That's mine. Do in fact insist on that. Also insist on this being mine. There is a Go7 tourney game. Not a big deal. Just interrupt. With the infantry tank on the neck. Probably. Also, let's do it. And block the two. Hit on the mech as best we can. $95. Oh, we got hit by another covering fire. We dead yet? We're getting really close. Okay. Recon. Bring fire. It's gonna hit here and here probably. This is the infantry one, luckily. Covering too much of it here. Too bad. So strike there, which is nice. Try and pick it off. Okay. Then 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go hide these ones. For future use. Nice. Woods, run away! Chopper up there would make sense. You take recon for now. We'll see. The missiles are brutal. If 95 keeps overextending into me, then there's a chance I can pull something off. It doesn't show in the replay. Yeah, it's glitched. It'll show if I like go into the standalone client. Oh my gosh. Ghost is attacking everything. How rude. These are my things. Oh. And damage me so I don't get both comm towers? Charges forward over here. Oh, there was a secret agent in the woods. Does it damage? Tank retreated. Okay. Take you out. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 9, 10. I have to. That's probably not happening. But she ran away over here. Need to move about as we wish. Back down here. You off. Oh, you lived. Very bold of you. I care about this. I can just hit these guys. A spare recon, so I can't afford to do that. Okay. I guess with power, I just one-shot everything, but I'd rather save. We'll take that one. So, load. Another bot. My gosh, they had been leaving me alone for quite a while. I was so happy. But it was not to be a permanent peace. One down. This is the game where my lander died. You're perfectly fine where you are. Okay. Let's take our comm tower. This makes sense. Interrupt that. It's either that or good for the harbor. Back for that. One, two, three, four, five, six. Perfect. 6, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, so there's nothing stopping this copter from denying this city, which is really good. This tank doesn't cover this. So this is just what I do. I think we just continue insisting on this rather than trying to deny that.
Access granted.
Or this can take a shot here. It's not a huge deal. It's an already captured property. Poland's setting themselves up for a double tank turn. Fine, they can do that. Other artillery. Copper. I like artillery infantry. That gives me enough money for medium tank infantry next turn. I will. I already took this turn. I caught up on all the turns. Hey! This was the first time we saw opposing forces. They do exist. No copter defense? No, I think AA buy is not great when the opponent is setting themselves up for 14k. If it was a 12k turn, I'd do it. Or an 11k turn or something like that. But 14k means that if I go AA, they go double tank, and then they have triple tank against my AA copter arty. Oh, Lord Frogneros, no! Wipe your mind, Lord Frogneros. It's probably fine. Okay, moving on to defense. I don't think they're going to go copter 2 infantry. They might. That would be good for me. I can always, instead of going medium tank, I can easily go AA tank. So this game, my tournament game that I'm downloading right now, ended just a couple hours ago. So this is very much hot off the press. Once it decides to actually download, there we go. Hi. How many turns do I get to per day in the 2 hours? It really depends. Some turns I just stare at the screen trying to do everything in my head for a really long time. I did 16 today, which is pretty good. Not gonna lie. I'm pretty happy. Oh my god, the map is so wide. Let's see what I can scale this back, bring this down here. My penguin crown is in the way. That's okay, like nothing happens down there. Why you guys gotta have such wide maps? We can make the chat a little smaller. Okay. My crown's in the way, but it should be fine. We can make this really big. Can I rotate this to the bottom? Swap sides? No, it only goes to the left. I can't make it go on the bottom. Rotate map 90 degrees. Exactly. I would love to rotate the map 90 degrees. Visual settings. Nope. We have no rotate map 90 degrees. Pre-deployed carrier indeed. Okay. I'll let you know if anything happens. Is this visible? How do I stick the chat bar there? The chat bar is from a different program, is why that works. I can't move the map around like that. Cut the map into 2 parts. Yeah, that would work. Rotate chat bar 90 degrees. Oh, I can do that, but I think you guys will be reading it on the side. Like this? I don't think that's gonna work. Perfect. I sadly can't. Well, I can make it. What I could do is make it like, let's see. And then as long as everyone's comfortable with reading 2 giant chat messages at once. That does let me expand the map. I can hide chat. I can also make it just a tiny bit smaller. Maybe I could actually... back to how it was. Just drag it over here. Now we have the problem is the penguin's in the way of the chat. And the chat's also... I don't know if I can make my penguin transparent. I don't know if that would look good either. Might just have to do it something like this. Just have a tiny chat box. Like that. There we go. I cannot cut it into slices. I'd have to make a whole bunch of different things. For now, we'll just have the chat like this. I think this is fine. Is the map readable for you guys? It's really wide. But if it's readable, then I'll go ahead. Looks perfect? Okay. I'm going to turn MiniNini into Yellow Comet. Nothing personal, it's just for keeping things accessible for people who are colorblind. Just the standard. Okay. So I chose Andy here because it looked like there's kind of some very far away fronts that you'll be fighting on. Because I looked at these airports on the very outskirts of the map, and I was like, okay, there's going to be some like small dispatches of forces from both sides that go over there to fight, and I'd really... This is tier 3. This is a standard game. And I'd really like to win these sides. So I figured Andy's going to be the best in tier 3 for doing that, because you get to heal up your forces that are there. I also saw that there's like a lot of terrain here with these rivers and mountains, which means that mechs are going to be really strong. And Sami has, or not Sami, Andy has the best mechs in tier 3. So I went with Andy for that reason as well. And then because there's 6 airports on this map, absolutely wild. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I thought that there might be some heavy copter play, which Andy also is really good at. So that's why I went with Andy. And then I briefly looked over some of the other games that I saw played on here. I think there was 2 that I saw, and both of them were kind of handshaky in the opening, and I was like, I'm not going to handshake. We're going to be fighting right away. I'm Andy. If I can trade hit for hit and then kind of split the fight after that and have my infantry live, then that's very beneficial for me. I can just heal up later. Of course, Lash is very good also in early game engagements, and there is also a lot of rain here. And then there's a carrier here And the optimal place pretty much for the carrier is right here to reach as far towards this airport as possible. But I decided not to move it for a while. Maybe I can do some air pressure if my opponent just copies what I do. I don't know I don't know much about MiniNini, but they were like 1200-ish. And I find that a lot of players, even like 1300 and below, will just kind of copy my opening. So if I can put them in a situation where they're out of position, but I'll be able to put myself into position against the copied opening. And yeah, there's also a neutral base over here. Then I will do so. Going straight for this airport, and that's because there is a neutral base over here. It looks like transport copter is the best way. You can almost just kind of walk there, but there's this opposing black boat that can stand in the way. Because I was looking at what kind of openings could I go for that wouldn't just be T-copter, but it looked like it would always just end up putting me behind. Oh, MiniNini's really high up in Tiny Wars? Gotcha. So we're just sticking, I think we have the same opening here for the most part. Oh, the main difference here is that MiniNini goes straight down for this capture after going for this one, which I do not go for because I want to be very, very aggressive. I can go for this capture whenever I want, basically. I'd much rather start putting some pressure out here, go for this capture, and then hopefully contest this one, maybe. And there's the transport copter, and I also move this infantry down here to go after this property before my opponent can really stop it. They can go here, and that will stop me. I don't want them to get the first strike on me. But then I can go down here and threaten this harbor, and then if they go for this capture, then I can go for the harbor, or I can go for this capture. There's lots of choices. So far there's a difference, is that MiniNini went for this property. I didn't. I stepped across the river right away. And here we're going to see the amount of aggression that I'm going to go for. Again, I don't go for this property. I step across right away. And I step to here because I don't want this Lash infantry to hit me from the city. I will hit the Lash infantry down here, and I do that because I think that this isn't just denying this city, it's also denying this city, so it's kind of a 2-for-1 in denial, and I like that. And then I have the potential to keep this up if MiniNini decides to not take this fight, which is definitely favorable for Lash. Then I can kind of take this city if like MiniNini goes for this city instead. Okay, because MiniNini didn't go here but went here instead, I decided not to go for this like harbor exchange thing and instead go over here to put more pressure on the battle over here, just in case MiniNini backs up with this infantry and then goes for this shot or something. Then I have strike and strike. So lots and lots of early fighting, which is going to slow down both of our economies, but I feel pretty comfortable with that. And we have kind of a mirrored situation over here, except MiniNini is not nearly as aggressive as I'm being. Steps across and finishes off from the woods, and then supports with this guy. And then supports with this guy too, and I'm like, okay, that's enough. to scare me off. And then builds a tank over here on the one base side, which I was really, really happy about. Because this is the side that's starved for infantry the most. And so now that MiniNini has this capture going on, and there isn't an infantry in range to replace it if it steps off, I'm going to go for this capture. Same over here. I'm going to enter into like kind of handshake mode. It's like, oh, you started that capture. Well, now I can start my own capture. Yep, I'll start my own capture now. You can interrupt. You can interrupt me, but you have to interrupt yourself, and there isn't one to immediately replace you. So it's a real interrupt. And then over here, this could... Oh, this. I thought about going here so that I would be able to strike from the mountain if this infantry interrupted itself and went for this attack from the forest. But then I figured that my tank can just cover that, no problem. So I'd much rather have the move onto this property. I'm not gonna handshake. I did not handshake. I did not handshake except here. These were handshakes. But I don't think you would call this opening a handshake in general. I don't consider it a handshake opening. Alright, huge wave of infantry coming out of this 2-base side against me. MiniNini just floated a ton of cash. Okay, now MiniNini has a real problem. And that's because after this handshake, I have the tank in place to just take this city. For my feigned handshake. And then instead of like going down here and trying to get one of these properties, I decided, you know what? That's a lot of infantry, and they're kind of threatening this 2-hit KO, which is not guaranteed with a 20% and a 0%. It's much safer with 20% and 10%. So I'm like, well, maybe MiniNini will go for that roll. And if they do, then my tank just gets to kind of feast in retaliation. And because of all the pressure that was going on over here, this property still isn't captured, and neither is this one for me. You don't think this is a wild ride? There's so much early fighting. So MiniNini does go for this. It's not very reliable. Then hits my T-copter, which is really rude. And brings this infantry over here, and it has a copter to defend this property. And then this tank also blocks me off here, so I don't get to interrupt here. Which is pretty good. A fancy little move. Fancy little boost. But that boost is not protected by this copter. So I can attack these guys pretty freely. Oh, I missed what happened down here. Oh, this didn't attack anything. It just came over here to block my tank. Yeah, okay. This is to stop me from going for my comm tower right now, which I'm totally fine with killing an infantry. To not have my comm tower captured right away. And boom! We get to have our nice little fight over here. T-copter's serving as a great blocker. I get a nice free hit here. And then I build the AA. so that the copters can no longer stop me from capturing this property. I want to make it into a brawl similar to what's happening over here, because I'm very comfortable in those fights. And then we get a mech, because, I mean, there's nothing but rivers and mountains, and I'm Andy, and this tank is trying to threaten stuff over here. And this is also sets up a trap. Okay, so this tank is trying to stop me from taking this city. But this infantry is in place to... It can block next turn if it wants to, but it can also block this tile. Which is important, because if the tank hits me here, it only has 2 tiles to retreat from. So I just need to have an infantry that can block here, and an infantry that can block here. That's what this guy's job is. And then this mech serves great purpose in that it's protecting one of the blockers, but it's also going to be the like a lethal striker once the tank has been trapped. MiniNini's not going for the southern properties at all. MiniNini's been... It wasn't a handshake. There's been lots of fighting. I block the harbor. We both go for this one just because it's the closer one to the base. It's not a huge deal. And now that the copter's been built, I'll move over here and exert the real threat of the carrier. I actually have quite a lot of problem in this game playing around the range of carriers, but that's okay. I almost wish it was just like a permanent feature on the map that's like, this is the range of the carrier. It kind of is with these forests. So MiniNini does go for this strike. It looks very tempting because it is interrupting a cap, but that is indeed set up for a trap. And then the copter goes up here and sits on this city, which is fine with me. If there's no extra vehicle support for it, it's just going to be chased off next turn by this anti-air. And then another infantry strike down here. Keeps fighting me in this section, which is fine with me, especially if I'm surviving with some injured infantry. Then I'm perfectly happy. So lots and lots of fighting. I get to have this property, which is really nice, because now I'm also threatening this airport, which is huge, because this airport kind of shuts down this airport. No one got comms yet. No, there's been too much fighting. I keep trying to go for the comms, but then there's nice juicy targets to go for instead. So this is also a nice pick-off for me, because I'm protected by my AA, and there hasn't been anything built over here to deal with vehicles. So this copter's kind of in a pickle. It's going to have to run away. I get to take out another infantry. We get to block in the tank. I get to come up and hit this infantry, which is setting me up to finish off this tank with a mech. And I can build a copter in response to this tank. Because of these double forests here, my copter has, as we saw over here, the copter has an extra turn before AA really mess with it. And then I go for this interrupt because I was scared about this infantry after it finishes the harbor going for the airport, so I wanted to slow that down by a turn and then slow down potentially the airport capture by a turn as well to give me more time to react. Did the stream die? No. It says the stream's still alive and well. And this is threatening a bunch of different things. These guys are both threatening the harbor and this capture. This infantry is threatening this city and this city. And then if there's absolutely nothing done at all, I'm also potentially threatening this airport in 2 turns. So lots and lots and lots of pressure being put on MiniNini here. Especially because the early game vehicle that was built over here has now been trapped and is going to get killed off. So now I don't have anything in place for interrupting this right now, which is a little disappointing. And here comes the anti-air to support this tank and trying to take the city back. But the capture can't happen this turn, so I get to have plenty of time to react. Infantry could have gone for it, but the AA doesn't actually cover it against this copter strike. And MiniNini liked the idea of how the mechs can just kind of walk over all these rivers and be really scary. So starts getting some of their own. I think this is probably a mistake, just because I'm Andy. Should probably just finish off the infantry rather than hit another one. I can heal up to 5 and then heal up for my super. I'll just finish off that tank. I could also have brought myself down here and get involved, but I looked at I saw how weak this side was looking, so I was like, I'll just bring another vehicle, put even more pressure on it. And then we have a nice, like I said, I was threatening that city. So this is really annoying for MiniNini. Ideally, they'd be able to hit my tank from this city with their mech, but now my infantry's capturing it. They have a choice of like doing 1 damage to it with this infantry, but then I can continue capturing it, and then my AA can get involved in all this. And this mech strike on my tank isn't going to do a ton. It might knock me down to like 5, which is perfect for me, or 5 or 6. The comm tower's not on yet. So that's really good for me because I'm Andy. And I'll take that exchange all day, every day. I just don't want this copter to get involved in all this. So I think use my AA over there. And we get some more attacks. On this side, even though I'm attacking from road into Lash on forest, I'm very, very comfortable having these injured infantry where I know that Lash is not. So the attacks are on, and this is me pressuring or going for these cities, but also very importantly pressuring this airport because I don't want it to come online and put a ton of air pressure on my 1 base here. And we get a tank over here because I've moved my tank away, and I'm going to need something to deal with this anti-air. And I get this artillery because I'm looking at the situation over here with this base, and I'm like, it's quite possible I could actually take this base if MiniNini continues to neglect it. And an artillery staring at it over this mountain would be really scary. The carriers are there so that you can't build copters from this airport and just take over the middle. You can see how much of the middle these carriers cover. They kind of cover all the properties you're supposed to get. So MiniNini is getting the comm tower before me. Decides to just hit my infantry. It does knock it down below the heal for full range. So that's something, but it's still better for me. And then sits on the airport like a punk, just out of range of my AA. Although it can be kind of trapped in there now. And then this mech is forced to hit this infantry if they don't want to give up this infantry to do 1 damage. And the mech attacking this tank isn't looking great. So builds just another mech to shore this up while trying to put a lot of aggression on me over here. And then the T-copter is stopping me from potentially walking over here and getting... I don't think I could get this kill, but maybe like a super high roll I could get this kill, and then my tank could come over here, mess with the comm tower or the captures. And then this tank was built in the way back, which is a huge tempo loss, but it is something to actually deal with my anti-air that would otherwise completely rule this area uncontested. Yeah, carriers have 8 range. So much. So now the capture game is going to start favoring me pretty soon here because of all the early aggression and not losing this city, and having more pressure on this general area. The one thing that MiniNini has over me is this city right here, which is something. But I'm more established in this area. I'm more established in this area. I'm also up in the vehicle count because I got to kill the tank. So again, I'm not really worried about this mech hitting my tank. I'm just going to heal myself up with my super anyway. So I'd love the charge, and I can harass infantry in the meantime. I don't really want to lose this infantry. Okay, and then I'm going to set up a little trap over here. Okay. So what I thought was going to happen here is that it's going to be infantry used to kill this T-copter because it's injured, and that lets this tank move, maybe hits my tank, which is fine. I'll get the tank kill, and then this anti-air can then move up here and kill this copter. But then on my following turn, I get to kill off these infantry, bring the mech in, and trap the anti-air in while using my copter to kill off this tank. Was how I was seeing it play out. MiniNini does something different. I think that's just because they didn't see that they could kill the T-copter with their infantry. And part of what I like about this whole exchange is that it's getting me closer and closer to my super. Because if I'm able to get my super off of this entire exchange, that would be even better. Because then the mech can get involved immediately with the extra movement. But instead, MiniNini just goes and attacks my infantry right away with this AA, which I was not expecting, but it does create this pretty nice defensive barrier for the AA, so now I can't attack it. But it also means that my copter didn't go down, which is great. I was kind of surprised that this knocked me down to 4, but it's not that big of a deal. I wanted this to hit me down to 5, so that I wouldn't have to do any repairs to be, fighting fit for my super. But I wasn't really upset about being knocked down to 4. There's a city right there. I can heal up to 6 and then get my super going. And then MiniNini is getting a lot of these mechs, which they are Lash mechs, and there's lots of mountains and cities and missile platforms and forests, so they're very scary over here. They do a lot of damage, and when the super is up, they'll be basically invincible. So this isn't a real block off, of course, because this mech can strike on the mountain, and I can free over here to get my tank out of this kind of awkward situation. But I didn't get nearly as much charge as I thought I was going to get this turn. So there's no shenanigans to get my super. This is important. I'm not really going for this city. I mean, I'll take the city if this infantry like backs off, but the important part is I can hit the airport from two sides here. And MiniNini did a good job over here. The copter had no safe square to go to that the AA couldn't reach it. So MiniNini put the copter in the perfect spot that my AA doesn't have a safe spot to strike it from. Arguably, I should have gone over here. I probably should have gone over here, killed this copter, and then potentially this mech gets overloaded and comes over here, and then I can do more stuff over here. I guess it's debatable. And then I was flabbergasted that I did not get this kill. That was I'm pretty sure that was 2 copter shots. Excuse me, in the woods. I was like, what? How did I not get that kill? So I have to finish it off with this copter, I think? Yeah. And then I keep up the aggression over here. Infantry can finish off this mech, or hit this mech, I guess. And then I go for the city instead of finishing it off. Yeah. And I go back to heal. I have these injured infantry. Is fine, because as soon as I get my super, these will all be full health, and I'll get extra movement. They can throw in the city and all that fun stuff. Yeah, MiniNini's 2 base is looking kind of rough unit count wise. A lot of it's had to walk across the river here to deal with this fighting, and then I've been having some pretty good trades. Yeah, it's because my first copter hit wasn't with the comm tower, yeah. For the most part, the only thing it changes is that this infantry got to live. And then this is a mistake. This is me misjudging my carrier range. As you can see, it reaches this tile, but it doesn't reach the tiles that hit it. So I just kind of gave away that infantry, which is not good, because it would have been really useful for the super turn for attacking this. Because of course it wouldn't be 4 health on that turn; it would be 9. Yeah. Sadly, this AA dies. Survive! No! Would have been so nice. There was a chance it would live. Now I lose this infantry, which makes me really sad. Oh, I remember seeing that and be like, wait, can't I just shoot that? And then it's like, no, your range is right here. And this is totally fine, because the mechs, of course, get +1 movement on my super turn. So this copter was actually covered by the mech. It was just built. And now MiniNini is kind of running out of infantry down here, because all the vehicles have to be built to also controlling the mountain. So here, I saw a few options for what I might want to do. I end up striking here and then using my super this AA, and I can use the infantry to finish it off. So I was looking at that, but I didn't like this fight being just all alone, and it wasn't a guaranteed to kill the AA. And then I do also lose a copter for breaking through over here, although it's a pretty scary breakthrough. And then over here, I have a bunch of options. of whether or not I want to try and just bust through and take out a bunch of these infantry. But the problem is that I have to spend quite a bit on killing these injured guys, and then the full health guys, when the Lash super hits next turn, can strike from stuff like the city and do a ton of damage to me. So I wasn't super happy with that. Also, losing this infantry here messes up my approach to killing off this base. And then I'd also have to neglect capturing this property, which is a huge income swing because it's my opponent's property, in order to use this infantry effectively in the fight to get a really good breakthrough. So instead I go for a more passive approach that isn't as in your face with sacrificial plays, that just mainly goes after free units. So I take the city, go for that city, go over here, take this hit, and then heal up. There we go. Whee! Really nice heal up, but now the mechs have a lot of range. We get to take out this mech. Might as well go for the nice pick off over here. I'll use the tank and the mech to take this guy out. Bring the AA over, bring this mech over to get this hit. And then instead of using the tanks over here, I'm going to bring them over here. Put a lot of pressure on MiniNini's 3 cities here. I need to get these anti-airs, because otherwise these copters, I was a little worried about them swinging over here and messing with my my attack. And also, if I want to attack this one base, I need a way of breaking through the copters that could be walling and or just kill them. So I have a setup here where if MiniNini wants to interrupt this airport capture, this tank can only do it from this shoal, which means it's not going to be benefiting from extra terrain star boosts from Lash's super, and I can get a really nice strike out of it. And this is just a mistake. It's because when I first used my super, I was thinking I was going to be doing a huge attack and killing off a bunch of these units. But I changed my mind during it. So this should have happened before I used my super, so this could be back at 10. And over here, I decide to injure this mech, because it does hurt quite a bit if the mech hits my tank with the Lash super at full health on that forest. And since I would have just used my super, it would be a while before I get my heal in. So I decided to just sacrifice this guy to make it so it wouldn't be quite so nasty, because these tanks are in the middle and they're very scary because they're threatening both fronts, so I'd like to be as healthy as possible. And you can see how many exposed infantry that MiniNini has in the back here. And they will be forced to use these copters to protect against the tanks, while the tanks can always retreat back into the carrier range. So MiniNini decides to go for the prime tactics here. I don't know if that was something that's required. They go for a very cheeky little block. Oh, I also get an artillery here because it looks like I'm doing really well. And if I want to shut down a base, I need to have an artillery. There's a few options. I can, of course, approach from over this mountain, or I can approach from over this river to block this base. I can also threaten the carrier, which would be really scary. I have a lot of forces staring at this, so I don't think this is a very good move. But I think if I, get unlucky, maybe this can live at 1 and I have to base skip. But there isn't a strong enough force for MiniNini behind this to punish me for base skipping. So we have a nice little attack over here. MiniNini's going to go for this capture. I do believe decides not to send this tank in. I'm also, of course, threatening all of these properties because I have these full health infantry staying around them. So now the mech's being healed up and it will be able to interrupt, and then this artillery is stopping me from just chasing down and killing the mech. Or I guess the infantry and blocking the mech. Which is good because I would definitely do that. I would just put the tank here and take the city. And now over here, this infantry has been left all alone. It struck back on its turn, and there's absolutely nothing supporting it. So this entire area is now mine. So this tank does not go in because I think it's the only vehicle over here and doesn't want to suffer the first strike. I think it had to go in though, because if I get this airport up and running, there's just no way to hold this area anymore. I can even just like build a fighter, and then like what do you even do? Get an AA over here, but then I can funnel tanks down, and I'm Andy. So this is a guaranteed kill on that. And I think there's a low chance that I don't kill this with tank and copter. The main problem with going with this block in is that there wasn't another target that I kind of had to give up to go for it. I don't have my bow tie. There we go. Usually if you want to go for something like that that's stoppable but really annoying, you need to have those forces have to make a decision between attacking something else that would be really beneficial, and instead they have to go over there. But the best target I had besides that was trying to like go for this city that's got a mech staring at it and then artillery and all that stuff. I was like, that's not really great. And we start sending our mech back to the safety of the mountains till the next super where I can lash out with them again. I do still go for the city because it is like an infantry trade for me, which is really good because I can heal up. And then I move myself back because I saw some nasty stuff. I actually don't need to put this infantry here. Nothing can make it onto that forest. But I saw some nasty little combos, or combination strikes that MiniNini could go for. And I'm trying to block this tank from hitting my anti-air, because this anti-air is going to be to stop copters from suppressing this airport. And then I go for this interrupt down here because the only way that MiniNini can hit me back for this is by standing on the city, which will do a lot of damage to my tank, but it won't kill it. And I'm Andy, so I can just heal up afterwards. And it will, at minimum, delay this city by like 3 turns, which I only need to delay it by 1 turn to get a copter ready and then permanently delay it. So this is kind of a move that gives me charge and delays the economy while not really risking the tank. It's going to get hit, but I can just go repair it up to a level that can then get supered up to full, and the copter can take over the fight. Keep up the pressure, because I don't want to have a huge tempo loss, which is the main reason you don't want to get first struck, is because you have a huge tempo loss and lose pressure in an area. Over here, MiniNini has a lot of really scary units that I don't want to fight right now, so I just kind of retreat to my artillery line and keep coverage of this city. The carrier does protect all of these. I checked that many times. So we're going to see lots and lots of mechs, because of course there's very heavy terrain for them to walk over, and I'm Andy, so when they live at 1, that's basically a 6 health mech, and when I get my super, which really doesn't take me that long to get when I've got 27k income, they get to move 3 instead of 2, so their threat range increases by so much that they're worth a lot more than just 3k. Over here, MiniNini goes for this strike. which I'm totally fine with. Again, infantry getting hurt, as long as they don't die, I'm really happy with. This tank hits me for a lot, but it's mostly just giving me more charge because there's no follow-up and there's nothing here to ruin my pressure. I have a little trap question mark set up here. I know MiniNini can kill off this tank, but in order to do so, they're going to have to strike from this forest, and my artillery is staring at that forest. I also have 2 tanks and a mech and 2 copters staring over here. So if they go for the 2-hit KO, they're going to be effectively trading 2 tanks for 1 tank, and that does kill one of my units, which isn't, you know, great for me, but I'll definitely take a 2 for 1. And then again, the artillery, or not the artillery, the anti-air is here because I'm probably going to be using copters in this, so it wants to get the copter kill. But after my copters kill off these tanks, this tank doesn't reach, so the anti-air is going to trade itself for a copter, and in that case, the exchange will have been my tank and 1 copter for 2 tanks and an anti-air, which is again very beneficial for me. And then this artillery is staring at the city, and there's also a lot of infantry staring at the city, so it's not very feasible to go for it. So there's kind of like an ongoing tension to try and bust through and get my artillery line back here, but that's really difficult to do, especially because there's only 1 tile to hit from without getting a mech close enough to step onto this mountain, which you can't do because the artillery covers all those tiles. And the carrier covers that, so even if you use a copter, I get that kill. Okay, so the artillery gets to get this kill. Mech finishes it off. I want the copter to take the first shot here because it's going to die against the anti-air, so any damage on it doesn't matter. You'd want to have the copter take the damage anyway. For that exchange, I did think about using the tank to try and take damage back for some more charge, but I didn't really want to risk paying the funds and then having to deal with like medium tank spam or something. And then I put this 5 health infantry here so that if the tank wants to kill it off, it denies the capture again. If an infantry wants to kill it off, it also denies the capture. And then this copter completes this block off, this walled off area. So this tank is going to be able to heal to 4. And then if I have a super on the following turn, like if something big happens over here, it'll heal up to 9 and be basically full health and be ready to fight with that extra movement. I do have to back up onto this harbor because there's 2 zones to hit me on this forest, which we break through and potentially do some nasty damage to me. So now there's only one side to hit me from. And then I bring this copter over here because I want to go around this carrier range and put a lot of pressure on this base, because now I have this airport up. So if I can kind of have a pincer strike with copters on this with an incoming mech and artillery attack, I think I can just end the game immediately by taking this base. There's also a nice tempo. Every time an anti-air trades for a copter over here, you have a really nice tempo swing because the anti-air is always having to spend an extra turn to get to where these copters get to in a single turn. So when this trade happens, like an anti-air kills a copter, I can immediately replace that copter like nothing happened. The copter threat and pressure in the area is maintained, but there's always going to be a delay of a turn of the anti-air to replace it. And there's only one base that's really in range to do this. So it kind of has to constantly exchange or switch between building anti-air and tank, and it can't deal with the mixed composition of like mechs and tanks and copters. It just gets overwhelmed, which is something I'm sure many of us have experienced. and I've experienced in ongoing games and gotten wrecked by myself. So we can see that the amount of pressure that has been put on this area holding this property has kind of been a let me lock down the units from progressing past here, which means that this corner is up for grabs for me. I've managed to get this corner. Getting this airport was huge. Hey! This is a mistake. I thought that, for some reason, I looked at this and I was like, oh, so if I stand here, I can hit back with my copters against their copters, so they can't hit this. But I'm looking at this in like the opposite way. I was kind of looking at it as if it was mine. If I was on the edge here, then I can't hit back. But that's not how this works. They'd be hitting from here and here, and then my copters can hit back. So I was just messing up with the... Just gave away a free infantry. That's okay. So the anti-air goes and takes out the copter, which is totally fine. And what was expected. Finishes off my infantry. I'm kind of running out of infantry over here, but that's okay. I've already claimed the airport, which is what I really wanted to do. And now this anti-air has to be built, but I'm going to have a tank over here, and I can kind of overload this airport. So it has to protect this base against my 2 bases, but then it also has to defend against an airport of my own. And you can see just how far ahead all of this pressure has put me. I'm way ahead in economy. I'm way ahead in unit count. I'm only slightly ahead in unit value, but why hasn't anyone built an arty to get the B-boat off the port? It's just because it's way too... It's a huge tempo loss. I could probably afford it, but MiniNini can't afford it. Because if MiniNini spends 6k over here, that not only is spent over here, but then has to spend multiple turns over here, I'll get really nice compensation elsewhere. There hasn't really been a huge break in the fighting. It's just been fight, 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 fight. So you can't really justify building a unit that does nothing for so long. And I retreat back here, and that's because I just want these units to be safe from the copters. And then I can kind of strike down here with a bunch of mechs, copter support. But then this tank I want to bring over here because I've already got tons of mechs to deal with everything that the tank deals with. So I'd much rather have it come over here and flank this little ball of units, much like with this copter. I'm almost at the unit cap, which is very scary. And here MiniNini just goes in, kills that mech. I did not expect this to happen, because I just have so many units staring at this. But MiniNini does kill the artillery, so that's no longer a thorn in their side. But then after this, those few moves, they resign, and I think they were super dead after that too. This is a standard game. Yeah. Well, the one base has that really close airport, so it's pretty hard to push into. But yeah, the I think we saw a fair bit. I was able to do a lot of, well, pretty much actually. Well, I was able to do a lot of attacks that no other CO can do because I don't really care about taking some flesh wounds on my units. Like other COs can't just dive in and do stuff like this, or like attacking over here and be totally chill with it. But as soon as this tank gets trapped, I was already looking pretty good from the amount of fighting that was going on and winning this city while still being able to hold my own. But as soon as this tank goes in for this interrupt and it gets trapped, it's just a huge tempo loss and pressure loss from MiniNini. And that kind of thing is really easy to overlook. If you look back at this, I think a lot of people would go for an attack like this. It looks like a safe interrupt. Everything's out of range that can hurt it. Because if you look at this infantry, this is kind of what happens and why a lot of people fall into traps, including myself. Is you look at this infantry, you just finished the capture, and you're like, well, is it going to go for this one first? Is it going to go for this one first? I don't know, but it's going to go for one of these two, and then you go in and you strike, and then oftentimes I go in and strike, and then I look and I'm like, wait a second, this infantry doesn't have to go for those captures. It can actually move back and keep me in place. Well, when the infantries take damage, they don't actually die. It's just their equipment. Their equipment gets broken. That's what happens. So Andy fixes it up. Anyway, that was the latest tournament game against MiniNini. And I think it demonstrated some of the kind of bullying and brawling potential that Andy has. Even without having a day-to-day, you kind of have an unofficial day-to-day, and that you can go for attacks that no one else can. But that was a pretty fun map. And I don't think that was very handshaky. I think that was pretty contested fighting. But, if you guys disagree, you disagree. That's fine. That's fine. You're wrong, but it's fine. Okay. And then we have a new submitter. Well, do you guys prefer if the chat's like this, kind of over on the side? I could make my penguin a little smaller, too. It makes the maps bigger, for sure. Yeah, it was Go7 priority. A handshake game is where you don't interrupt each other's captures. You don't do anything aggressive until the captures are finished. Better this way? Okay. Then we'll just keep it like this for now. EngineerMan is the person that submitted, I do believe. So you guys face to the right. You can face left. You prefer it on the left, but either works. I'll see what the comments say. The chat is much smaller this way. That's right. Von Bolt throw off. Oh no! So Von Bolt's a very solid CO. I would say if you're ever doubting who to pick in tier 1 for standard or fog, you're always safe going with Von Bolt. Always. The plus 10% to attack and defense is very intuitive to work with and incredibly strong. And you will see this matchup against Hawke a lot. Excuse me. Bubble's okay in high funds. He's not as good as like Max. Max is probably better than him in high funds. Andy, I think, is probably better than him in high funds. His power isn't the day-to-day doesn't matter as much when you've got those huge units on the field, and his super is like pretty good, but it's not. It's still really expensive, so you can't spam it like you can like Andy's. But you still have the stats going for you. Okay. So we're going for this harbor right away. It's pretty interesting. Hawke could interrupt this, kind of. It's really a losing fight trying to go for interrupts on Von Bolt really early on with no follow-up. So this is kind of a handshake. Not really. They're very much threatening each other. Harbor cap is standard. We have no Uziums in Advanced Wars by Web, as far as I know. Okay, I would probably prefer stepping forward with this infantry and let this guy go for this property. It's kind of cannibalizing the capture a bit. But that's okay. Tank pressure over here looks really nice. Looks like there's some tank pressure over here. Oh, I don't like that this is a base skip, though. Definitely not worth going for a base skip to chain these tanks, because there's nothing threatening them. They're not fighting anything except for an infantry. And you want to go for... You want to chain your units when they're, like, fighting something, so that you can keep up your aggression and cover each other. Is Rishi? So I don't like this base skip over here. But I like everything that's getting done on this side. I don't like that. I don't know why that base got skipped. There was a 1k left. I guess that's being held for a double tank turn on the following one. But again, these tanks aren't fighting anything. So you're kind of just hurting your unit count on overkill. I also would not attack. Well, okay, never mind. If the lander wasn't in the harbor, I wouldn't attack it because I wouldn't want to give Hawke charge. But this is 1,200 funds that gets repaired. So in that regard, it's fine. Because early game, losing that much money is kind of brutal. Oh no, you're out of Google Drive space. Oh no. You have to like... Can you upgrade to infinite Google Drive space? I don't know how that works. You do funny business with a version control now. Oh my. We're gonna have like terabyte hard drives that we downloaded everything on. You have to split it up. That's a good point. Doesn't Google Drive go up to like 100 gigabytes? I know I had to upgrade it for like sharing videos. videos are pretty big. Okay. So we're attacking over here. I'm not a huge fan of this. Just because it's going to let them kill you off from the city. Alright, double artillery. Sense. I do like artillery. I would have liked artillery instead of one of these tanks, though, so you could have more infantry. Yeah, this guy goes down. Very sad. I do like that you're not just sending your guys in willy-nilly. A nice 2-hit KO there. I would have preferred, though, this strike, and then this guy can step onto the city. As is, the city's now open for them to hit you. I guess you can put a tank there. Okay, so this kind of forces some sort of response from the tank, otherwise it can hit probably this guy. It does kind of isolate this tank and put it out of position, which isn't great. I'd probably prefer if it was like joining these tanks and they were front switching over here. Because now this guy just has to run away. But it did force a tank by, which is something. So this anti-air gets to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6. You can almost do some cheeky stuff with like hit from mountain, hit from here, have a tank hit from the city, which is what you do go for. Sadly, this anti-air does not cover this tank from the copter. I just realized you don't have the comm tower, so these have all these were all unreliable strikes. Not a fan of the landers in port. It is gonna start costing a lot of money with all the repairs. And the lander isn't useless, so I prefer if it stays alive. A von Bolt privilege. Okay, I don't know why this tank attacked the infantry from there. Attacking from here would make more sense, although I don't know. I missed this whole move. Yeah, I don't like attacking this infantry. I think what happened is the similar thing that happened to me with in a previous game with my infantry blocking the movement of a recon until I move the infantry. Is that you click on this tank and you can see that it can reach here, but it can't reach this tile. So you move the tank here to strike. Like, the tank can't reach me. But the reason the tank couldn't reach over here is because your tank was in the way. I imagine that's what happened there. Is it worth more money to just force your opponent to repair the lander instead of just capping the port? It is, technically. But not really, because you have to commit units to doing that damage. So if I was Hawke here, I would just kill this tank off with this copter tank over here. You'll never kill a tank with just 20% firepower on a city with copter tank. It is a 0% chance of happening when it's a von Bolt tank, as everyone in every von Bolt mirror knows. Whoa, Hawke floated 14k that turn. Ooh, EngineerMan got the Lab of Dominance. So if you see your opponent float 14k like this, it can be used At the top level, this is often used as a threat. So this is like, I can tech up big time next turn and you need to prepare for that. Often it's used in conjunction with a threat on the airport to be like, I'm going to get a stealth next turn unless you stop me. And then it kind of forces your opponent to respond to the stealth without having to actually invest in the stealth. It's the threat is being worth more than the execution kind of idea. It does come with tempo loss though. So now we have 30k. Lander goes down. Might see a battleship. I think that would probably be a huge mistake though. Oh my gosh, we do see a battleship. So the reason why the battleship is a huge mistake is because of the airports right here, and there's artillery that can come in and it's just going to get overwhelmed. There isn't enough support for the battleship. But it is a forward harbor, which is nice. The battleship has an immediate impact, which does make up for the tempo loss. Battleship in a lake. But yeah, it's important to just not panic when they build a battleship. Yep. Move your move your artillery over, build another copter. Yep. Totally fine. So this is not quite, I mean, I like the idea of this attack, but it's not quite what you want. The battleship can even shoot this, but it's more that this copter can come over and then open up the 2-hit KO for the infantry, and then the tank can come in and hit your anti-air on the road. I don't know why this mech just stepped into artillery and infantry range. That was, artillery and infantry range. That's very questionable. You build the bishop on your strong side. That would be better. It would have support. So it has to. So far, it's done 6 damage to an artillery. Ooh, this tank isn't being used to hit this anti-air. There was a base skip down here? Wait, why is there a triple base skip? Oh, I see. Double copter got built. Definitely don't triple base skip for double copter. Just build the copter on the next turn. I guess there's nothing over here that can deal with a copter, which is at least good. Okay, well here, the battle copters are going to start beating up on this battleship. The artillery gets to shoot it too. Now the good thing for Hawke here is that the healing on this battleship is going to be worth a lot, and damaging all of the copters that are going after it will be nice to slow down the kill. And as long as this battleship is alive, it's also serving as a huge magnet for the Von Bolt Super. The bad thing is, so far it's looking like it was a battleship that might end up just trading for an artillery, but even worse, it's a battleship that's sucking up a ton of money in repair costs as trading for an artillery. Everything over here has to fall back, which isn't great. The anti-airs aren't gonna make it in time. Artillery starts moving up. No! Battleship, no! Over here, I would much prefer if you block off access to interrupting this capture. Probably with the transport copter and just drop the infantry here on the mountain instead. Okay, we have a nice copter chain to try and fight this copter. It's not going to work out super great because Hawke is going to hit you, though, to stop the anti-air from doing stuff. That was very well done. Okay, so the nice thing, the bad thing for Hawke here is that units are being spent near this battleship, which is going to suck up the Von Bolt Super, so don't send more units near it. Just let it be the magnet. Like, this is lander battleship. Super's landing right here. Definitely use your super before you go for this strike, so you have the extra stats. And then here, you don't finish off the battleship to be ideal. You'll just hit it a little bit and then kill it with the artillery. You're going to have to hit it at least once, though. Okay, I like finishing that stuff off. You do need to block here, so tank here, I guess? You don't want this tank to be able to hit your artillery. Oh no. Oh no, it's stunned. It's stunned. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, this is fine. These guys can just come back and kill it. Coming turn. That's fine. Yeah, the tank is stunned. It's fine. Okay. Trying to put up some pressure over here. Attacking over here inside artillery range is very questionable. Hawke's running into a serious air problem. Looks like this battleship is mostly being ignored. It's a little weird. It does hit pretty hard. It hits at the strength of a rocket for land units. That's something. It does force a unit to come back and deal with it. But at this point, poor Hawke has had to spend just a ton of cash. But the battleship is now somewhat up and running. That's something. The pressure on the other side of the map does look really scary. EngineerMan is having a very good push here. The AA is going to stop the copter from holding it back. Up 3k, and then Hawke does have to pay these repair costs on this battleship, which is not cheap. That's 5,600 funds every turn. There's like a third of Hawke's money. It is still a battleship though, so I'd prefer if it was lower in health. The shoe method of dealing with it. Alright, here comes a black wave. Battleship gets another shot in there. Now there's an anti-air actually covering for it. Okay. I think the copters are going to start actually hitting it. The battleship can also leave the harbor. It doesn't have to stay in the harbor if it doesn't want to. So income-wise, EngineerMan has a pretty nice advantage here. It has still has a very good pressure on this side. The battleship has certainly got some damage in. I don't know if it's been worth it, but it's definitely getting close. Although not so much. It's almost worth it with its initial cost, but this has almost been like 2 battleships in total cost because of all the repairs. So in that way, definitely not worth it. There we go. It's knocked down to 1. That's what you want to do if you want to go for this repair, the fun drain tactic with the battleship. You want to keep it low. You don't want it to get up to 8 and 9 health where it can actually do some serious damage. You can see how much Hawke has to pay in repairs every turn. It has 10k. Deletes the battleship. Well, that's always going to feel really good for EngineerMan if you can get your opponent to delete their battleship. And it never feels good when you have to do something like that. But I think that was probably the right call. Ooh, okay. EngineerMan is seeing that this would be a great target for a super. Decides to sack for it. You don't have to jump straight to sacks. You could probably get quite a bit of charge off of some of the engagements you have over here. But that's fine. It is still very nice. That's the majority of Hawke's army. And then they resign there. Yeah. The game was looking really rough. Going for the... It was looking fairly even until the battleship. And EngineerMan, I think you handled the battleship very well. You didn't panic. You were like, oh, that's actually really exposed. It's going to be basically impossible to cover that from copters. And I can drain a ton of money out. We can actually see how much... Oh my god. So a battleship... Do we have repairs? We don't. Okay. So value taken from this battleship is 75,600. So that was about 3 battleships worth. Oh no, deleting the battleship shit crashed the stream. Oh, looks like it did. Oh no. Because we have the stats for how many units you lose and then how much value you lose. It's a very expensive battleship. Okay. Next we have Mr. Tango. I forgot the P and the I in their name. Against Jay Stanny. On Comp Buy's map, the hills have eyes. Jay Stanny is playing as the Penguins. I'll make So this is quite the matchup. This is two underdogs in Fog. Each put the stream 5 seconds behind live and it will never lag. Okay. You know, if that works, it works. It's dead for you. It shouldn't be dead. It says it's good. Blame empty. Okay. So I've heard that Sami is pretty good on this map. And I imagine Sonja's pretty good. There's some heavy copter play, and also you have lots of pre-deployed vision to take advantage of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So when you use your powers, you get to see what this base makes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And when you use your power, you get to see what this base makes, as well as the airport. Actually, you always get to see what the airport's making. So that's pretty nice for Sonja. But Sami does have extra movement on the lander, which in the original version of this map would be a lot stronger than it is now, because it would be able to drop off over here. But this has been kind of walled off, so it doesn't quite get that anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, does it get from this spot though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it doesn't. As if you watch the stream with sound. Does the captions work? It said the captions might not work if it's at this setting of being live rather than having a delay. So something I haven't tried and Sami might be able to get away with is let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can drop off and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could do it. You could break through. Actually, where does the lander start? It starts right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could do it. So if you're someone, will have to try this, and if they get this map and they're Sami or Drake, definitely try and go for the immediate rush to save the infantry in the mountain. That would be amazing. It might even work because your opponent doesn't usually watch the replay. They just assume that the lander went over here. But you would just go straight up. If I get the map again, I'll probably try it. It's not a huge deal losing not going for the peninsula, because it's really, really difficult to hold. So you can always just invest your forces elsewhere. And you'll take a small economic hit. But you'll make up for it in how much pressure you have elsewhere, so it's not so bad. Exactly, you save the infantry, and you drop them right here on the airport. And hopefully you do it fast enough so they can't react in time. Okay, so we have a fast recon from both players, actually, on this little outskirt side, which is fine. This recon is visible to the world. Sami knows it's coming. Lots of drop-offs of infantry over here. I don't think it's as worthwhile to do it on this map as it is on other maps to do stuff like that. Because usually you do this, and then on other maps you're doing stuff like that, and you're putting your units in a place where you're going to be able to hold those properties. Or on this map, ooh, this was a base skip to get this tank, in which case I just wouldn't get that tank. Yeah, especially if you have to base skip on the lander. That hurts a lot. Okay, so I like these are the fast artilleries into the middle. The middle is kind of where most of the fighting happens in the end, because the peninsulas fall and they're really hard to reinforce. Or the middle you can actually get to. So if you can hold the middle very early, you will have an advantage going into the mid and late game. And the artillery are going to be very good at that. Okay. That tank's going to come in. You could do some stuff to interrupt. Okay, so this infantry is very exposed. We'll see if it ends up going down. Okay. Who cares about the comm tower? Definitely hit this infantry. Because for Sami, a 7 held infantry still captures in 2 turns. But if it gets damaged, it doesn't get that capture in 2 turns. So it's very, very worth it to go for this capture. It's not a huge deal if Sami gets this comm tower. You're gonna take this peninsula, and then you're gonna just take it back eventually anyway. Okay. Yes, there is a recon being deployed down here, kind of late. A tank would make sense. A mech would make sense. You could even use an artillery. A recon's not the worst thing. It can try and harass some of the infantry that are coming down and then kind of shift into the center. It just doesn't want to get trapped on the peninsula down here. This tank does get a nice strike over here, which is good for Sami. Not so much for Sonja player. Okay. So when you, okay, there's 2 reasons to do this, I guess. You can place the tank not in the forest to reveal that you're placing a tank, and that usually when you do something like that, it's because you're not trying to kill the unit, you want it to just go away and stop harassing you. But there's also the point of the infantry being deployed here instead of here means it can go for the harbor right away. And yeah, the artillery sadly doesn't cover this infantry. That's okay. Your opponent doesn't know that. Interesting. This is a nice little pick off from Sami. And you can see how impossible it is to really hold this peninsula. We got recon on recon violence. Surprisingly, I'm surprised this is a 7-7 trade. This is a Sami recon, so it has less firepower. Attacking a Sonja recon on a comm tower. So this gets plus 50% firepower on the retaliation. So I think Sami high rolled this attack and Sonja like max bad luck that back or something. Wild. Okay, recon goes down. This is probably not going to get captured. It's not a huge deal. You gotta remember that you're probably gonna lose the peninsula. So even if you don't capture all the properties, they're going to get taken from you anyway. Most likely. I don't think this Artie's running scared. I think the Artie's shifting down with this infantry attack. Sami gets this pretty nice first strike, and the infantry are coming in, and they can't really be stopped from taking these properties. So it's going to be a race to see if how long Sami can hold on to these. In comparison to how quickly they can take over here. I don't think they can hold on to these very long at all. Unless... Okay. Definitely time to skedaddle with this recon. A tank probably got dropped off to kill it. In fact, you'll know everything that gets loaded in if you're watching the replays. Also, I don't like lining your infantry up against the city like this. Very, very questionable. That's okay. I also don't take your infantry off of here. It's giving you some pretty good vision. It's not a huge deal if the copter hits you. Recon down. So losing the recon hurts because that of course gives you really good vision. And as long as it's still alive, it still gives you great vision. It doesn't matter what its health is. So you could have, hit back and forth like that for as long as you want, as long as you can retreat eventually into like these woods. Okay. So the helicopter strike's probably safe, but for like situations like this, it's usually not worth it to jump in and attack because your opponent has just so many more units coming in to the fight. So you might delay that for one turn, but you go down multiple units in unit count. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on over here. Usually, I would have expected the city to start being captured, and that's why the artillery and the infantry were lined up, and they kind of got pushed off of it. Sami probably shouldn't. I know that's not covered by the artillery, but I don't recommend going for those attacks because the follow-up infantry and everything is going to get 2-for-1s on you. Sonja should not be caught by surprise by these copters. They're kind of going through your vision like that. But it's not a huge deal. Wow. Okay, well, I thought that Sami was just going to clear all of this out and just kind of let the copter do whatever the copter wants for a while. But respects the pressure of this copter a lot. And that's very good for Sonja. Means that they won't be falling like tons and tons and tons of income behind. Definitely, just because your opponent retreats doesn't mean you necessarily want to pursue, though. Okay. Definitely kill off the infantry. We have lots and lots of these walls. Okay. Very weird. So you really want to start taking the cities. These positions like this is kind of something you do more in standard because you know what you're fighting against and you know where other threats are happening. But in Fog, if you kind of group your units up like this and they're like off to the side now, then other parts of the map, your opponent kind of has free reign to exert pressure. While you're just like really heavily pressuring a small little bit. But this is like a formation like this is kind of like really hard to attack until your opponent can just kill it and then it just dies. I would definitely do a 2-hit KO to kill this tank off and then cover with anti-air. You gotta remember in Fog, you don't know what you're necessarily up against. And the longer you keep a single spot established, the longer your opponent has to react to what you have there and kind of make the perfect composition. It's not a wall. They can definitely hit over here, break, hit the artillery. They can come on in. Sami might be dubious about it because of all the question mark HPs. That is indeed not a wall, but it looks more like a wall to Sami than it does to us because we can see the health. And Sami could be tracking the health, but it is kind of a headache. So I understand not doing that. Okay. Sami's had a really large income advantage for quite a while here. As Sonja, seeing 3 copters at this point, I think there needs to be some more anti-airs. There's a single anti-air to defend the entire army, which is just not enough. The slow incoming assault. Okay, here comes the double time. This will definitely break through the wall. However, it's not, I mean, it's going to break through the wall for sure. But it's not that scary for you because, of course, you have more units funneling in here than your opponent can really muster on their own. That's a little interesting to run up and just start capturing that. But most of the other stuff has been taken out. Okay, that makes more sense. So this looks really scary, but so long as you're able to defeat your opponent's peninsula, pretty much as they defeat yours, it doesn't really matter how much you get crushed. With the pre-deployed visions, Sonja does see almost everything on the map with the super. That's so much. It managed to equalize the economy here, which is really nice. Light mode activated. For this attack, I would much prefer if You just kind of ignore these tanks for now, and you can either like 2-hit KO this tank and then go after this mech, or you can 2-hit KO this anti-air and then go after the mech and then leave the tanks for next turn. Although this might be fine, the infantry might... No. So close. That's just Sonja being Sonja. It's still fine. Not a fan of leaving off the vision for so long. Yeah, that's fair. It does see a lot right now. Sees every base. Oh, it doesn't see this base. I thought it would see this base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it doesn't quite. Okay, never mind. It just sees this one. Really gotta... I don't know why this would happen with this mech. I think this was just a misclick. It doesn't super matter. I'd much prefer to send the mech down here. You're not gonna win this. And really, it's kind of a win for you that Sami invested more trying to defend the peninsula than you did. Because that should mean that come the next stage of the game, where you guys are just facing off in the middle here for the most part, you're going to be advantaged. Okay, so Sami's really trying to save this base. Dropping a medium tank down here. It's going to have a really hard fight for it, because there isn't artillery, and there's just so many more units attacking. So what Sonja can do is just pretty much kill off everything surrounded and take it out by artillery. Which I imagine is what's going to happen. A little awkward that this isn't guarding the anti-air. That's okay. Because medium tanks are kind of only good as long as they have support units. This is such an aggressive strike. Looks like this infantry got trapped on the city. Definitely don't drop these mechs off over here. Those are just being sent to die. Not quite sure why you base skip this. This is such a mean move by Sami. Rescues the 1 health tank, leaves the medium tank. Just like, you got this, medium tank. Medium tank don't got this. Tank is in trouble, but that's okay. I mean, it's not great. It shouldn't have gotten in trouble. It should have fallen back a bit. That's why you don't drop off the mechs when there's this. It's very similar to why you don't drop off this medium tank. It's just gonna die. Oh! Rescues the Vision Infantry. Interesting. There's actually a kind of scary threat with this guy. If there's ever a turn that Sonja doesn't build a copter, this could drop off right here on top of the airport. And depending on what Sonja built last turn, could actually get the airport. Which would be very funny. Okay, sure, you can block the harbor with the lander. I'm fine with that. Yep, and now you just take all the stuff. Unfortunately, that has to be done with a 9 health. Yeah. And then just surround. Yeah, the medium tank, it doesn't have any vision. on its own. Don't put your tank on the harbor, though. that gives this vision of something that can kill, unless you have something here. But in this case, there isn't. Okay. Oh, I was like, that's a really weird attack. That's because everything's question mark HP. Okay. Oh, it does go for this. That would have been pretty sick. Here comes the attack on the airport. That's going to be really rough against Sonja, who will absolutely destroy anyone in Copter Wars with a super up. Down here, Sonja should really bring another AA, though. I don't like that it has to 6 health tanks have to be used for this, but it's fine. Yeah, this was a pretty good shutdown of the Sami attack. And yeah, getting the anti-airs, I definitely approve. And you can see what kind of happened here. The both peninsulas fall. The person that invests, even though Sami invested a lot more down here, still loses the peninsula. Oh, Sami might have been trying to do some sort of victory march cap on the base. That would have been fancy. If like an infantry got built here. Lots of copters in the sea. And here comes a huge attack in the center, which is very scary. Definitely use the counter break, like kill off this medium tank and use the counter break before going in, just for that extra damage. Also, have no fear about sending your copters into against other copters when you have counter break up. Copter first strikes are really strong. Although there are 3 of them there, so I mean, if they all ganged up, they could take you out, but they would end up losing more than a copter's worth of strength. Yeah, you can't really hide just out of vision against Sonja that well. You have to hide like extra out of vision. Oh, here comes a victory march. This is a very weird victory march. I'm not quite sure. It's gonna get 2 cities. Okay. I think that infantry actually lives, yeah. It gets 1 city. Yeah, I don't like victory marching on Sonja's super turn. Victory march is a really expensive power, so usually you save it for kind of a game-winning play. Because this is going to hurt a lot. So many units had to kind of go forward. And an elaborate loop-de-loop all within vision. I like it. Okay, there are still 2 anti-airs for Sami, so been doing a pretty good job of staying on top of those. So this is still very much a very ongoing fight. Should probably give up this harbor. The thing that Sonja really wants to get now is a bomber. Because, of course, they're good against anti-airs, and they're extra good against anti-airs during the Sonja Super. They can just go in and kill whatever they want. Sami does still have unit count, which is really good. And the anti-airs are fairly safe. Sonja gets the super again this turn, though. That's gonna be pretty nasty. The anti-airs are gonna, I assume, get targeted down. Boom. Anti-air on anti-air. Whereas anti-airs beat up anti-air, so that's something you always have to keep in mind. Okay, the lander is now leaving. It's gonna go maybe attempt this. Get another copter strike. I think I would have preferred moving this tank back and then hitting this guy, but alright, we'll go for double tank infantry. That's a pretty fine buy. Also, just keeping up the copter production would be really good. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Sami to have to build anti-copter stuff and anti-tank stuff. I would say that Sami would really like to have some mechs in all of this right now. And mechs kind of get there really fast too, because they step right here and then they're into the fight. With this not very well guarded anti-airs, which is really scary against how many copters Sonja's going to hit you with. The tanks retreat, but the line is just still right there. So in a straight up brawl like this, I would definitely favor Sonja because of how strong counterbreak is when you've just got like a bunch of copters and tanks fighting each other. Lots and lots of breakthroughs. It'd be a little against Sami, I would be a little bit cautious of breaking through down this way towards this base, because I would be expecting mechs to start being an option. I'd rather break through over here, which is going to be closer to your stuff. But it's still really scary. And then Sami's running out of infantry and has to constantly build vehicles to try and manage the fight, which means very soon, Sami is going to be effectively without a power. We'll just have the negative day-to-day. that did some pretty good damage on Sami's part. And now it's up to Sonja to just stop pressing into here, go up here, and take out as much as you can. Here comes the mechs. The mechs will help a lot. Whoa, I would not go for Sonja's normal power. I would definitely save up for the counter break, because it's really, really strong in these kind of fights. I don't like fighting down like this while there's still these really juicy targets up here, because there's always the option of winning, like forcing your opponent back into this little area here and then taking all these properties and going for your peninsula again. Okay. There's sadly only one mech here. Oh no, this artillery's out of fuel. At least it's in a decent position. Okay, we have double time. Get the mechs on in there. Tanks coming over, artillery's coming over. Yeah. Now we have to go into mech spam. It's kind of important. Otherwise you just become a negative CO, which happens really, really quickly. Infantry die fast. Okay, so Sonja has now equalized in economy. There's only one AA left here on the in the front lines of all this combat. Now there's none. Yeah. And when it's going to come down to copter versus copter, as long as Sonja sticks to using the super, it's going to be really, really difficult for Sami to manage this. This artillery does get a nice shot off, which is good, and we have a second double time, which means that this artillery is going to die, because the mech will be able to get to it. That's pretty good double time. The problem is that this force over here is kind of cut off from the reinforcements. So as long as Sonja goes this way instead of keeping going down here, then Sami should kind of get split in half and taken out. Ooh, the lander made it. Oh, that's huge. Sami wasn't paying attention. Airport's gonna get captured. And then that's just an absolute nightmare to deal with. I think you have to like build a missile. You've got your own lander to bring over, but you have to clear the spots to land. Okay. So this is more of what I wanted to see Sonja doing rather than attacking straight down here. Is, yeah, take out these guys and then you can kind of contain and take all the properties and win. Oh, this doesn't quite reach. Okay. It's a pretty good breakout from Sami, but Sonja's kind of got the targets now. This stuff will get picked off, and then Sammy's in a lot of trouble. Oh, we have the rocket by to stop the capture. I think that's probably mandatory. It does mean that the reinforcements are going to be really weak. And a huge value win for Sonja. Got the counter break. Yeah, that's good. Just to see everything. I would start sending the lander up now. I wouldn't try and block this. I'd send it up so you can start taking this stuff again. You can also just walk over there, though. It's not a huge deal. Okay, Sammy's in a lot of trouble now. Oh. Has to base skip. It's going to have to actually base skip twice. Okay, I like the lander being used like this. That's pretty good. Get those mechs out there. Yep, you got to get some anti-air. It's really hard to save the infantry. I like it. It's really difficult to fight against the copter tank composition once you start falling behind your unit count. It forces this very awkward mixture of I have to get anti-airs to deal with the copters, but then the tanks kill my anti-airs. You just gradually lose more and more and more. And now there's a huge threat too. Sonja can step to here and then go for this comm tower, and there's nothing that Sami can do to stop that. The only thing that Sami really has going for them is if Sonja keeps fighting like here, so close to the bases, then Sami might be able to start getting an advantage in unit count. We built a black boat and came over here. Income swing is going to be huge. Attacks the black boat on the HQ. Yeah, this is looking pretty GG. This is going to be really hard to break out of. Only one mech left. Infantry are just so fragile. The anti-airs kill the copters, but then there's tanks to deal with the anti-airs, and there's still some copters to replace it. It's just a really scary composition to have to fight against. Enhanced vision. Sonja. I'm surprised there wasn't a beeline made. Oh, and the rocket gets hit. It's true, I didn't even think about that. It's a rocket that had to be built against Sonja, which is really scary. She's always going to see where you're hiding it. Here comes the bomber. This is looking super GG at this point. Like, you have to build tanks, but your tanks are weaker because you're Sami. Very wild game. And Sami was looking really good, but just invested a little too much trying to hold this peninsula. And then that means that they're, instead of being way ahead in the army fight in the middle, they're kind of just a tiny bit ahead of Sonja, but Sonja's way, way better in those brawls with the power. And not enough mechs until later on. Yeah, you need the mechs already established, so that when people hit your tanks, your mechs can hit those tanks back instead of having a tank fight. Okay. Wow, I'm actually out of time there. That was 4 hours. Have a good night. It's a good night for me as well. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll try and go through the replays a little bit faster next time. Good night, everyone. Oh, I'll leave you with an apple. Ah! Apple. An apple. Exactly. Be gone,